yes, yes. Yes, now these people here, I heard that a bunch of people from Morocco are having trouble getting here, so this might be interesting to know what's happened. Flights get cancelled apparently for some reason.
I heard also that I think it's the crisis of the fuel.
Yes, yes, yes. So I wonder what's
a mess.
Well, yes, exactly. What a mess. All right. Anyway, I better get set up. Let's see. Yes, so you're talking about business intelligence learning digital twins, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's a very interesting topic, I think. So I'd be very interested to hear what you have to say. Hello. Hello. Yes. So.
Yes, about Brahimi.
Yes. What
Or
about
Brahim Sabiri.
Yes.
He will not attend?
Right.
No?
Well, I don't know. We haven't. I mean, the slides are up, but I haven't seen.
We will connect?
I don't know.
Okay, because...
So I was going to come and ask you about
yes,
what we're doing.
I think he informed the organization.
So is there anyone else who's missing? Do we know? So the
first one.
So the first one, the Moroccans. The second one is
Sarah.
So she's here.
No, she will present online.
Oh,
yeah.
Right, okay.
Like you can online it's updated.
Oh, okay.
And this one is not updated. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
I'm Anis from Tunis. So we have the last paper.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so
So
this doesn't tell me whether they're online. Where do
it's updated. Just update the page.
So we should start.
Yeah.
Actually, we should start.
Yeah. So
It's okay. It's updated.
oh, I see. Yeah. So it says online for some of them. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. But so these guys are supposed to be here.
I will check with
Yeah.
the course.
Okay. Sure. It seems some of the papers will be presented online.
Ah,
So, so you could go back to your office and present it from there.
Yeah, some 300 meters.
That's it. Yeah. So I'm just wondering about these guys. That's because it would be nice to have an audience as well, wouldn't it? So
Somebody's coming.
no, this is
Hello.
I'm Rim
Antonio. Patrick.
I'm from
Hello.
University of
Merci.
Manila.
These are the fresh proceedings, yeah?
Yes. This is the last one from 2022.
so even though you're here, the second paper is going to be presented online. Is
Yeah.
that it? Yeah. And you'll answer all the questions.
Yes. The format is that presentation are registered, casted, and then the discussion is online
Okay. All right.
to avoid technical problems in the presentation.
Yes. Okay.
Did you find the first speech?
Well, I wasn't convinced. I think as I was saying to Dirk afterwards, it seemed to me that the teaching method that was going to come out of this was something like the Harvard Business School case study approach, and that works for some things, but one great weakness of that is that the students at the end of that can't articulate what it is they've learned, because
Looks we have technical issue.
they've learnt by doing, in a sense,
Yes.
but they don't really know then, how to explain that to an employer, for example. How do you tell an employer that you're an expert in
Online participants, do you hear us?
that, do it. So
Yes, we can hear you.
Sarah and Mona
Sarah?
and Farouk.
Sarah,
that's
Farouk,
good for the students or not?
do you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
It seems to me.
Yeah, we can
Okay,
hear you.
that's
We
fine.
don't hear them.
But
Good
we
morning,
could hear
yes, we are.
you. Can you?
Good morning, yes, we are hearing you.
Mona, we don't hear you.
Yeah, I understand. This is the issue. This is the issue with central
Speakers.
Central speakers.
Okay.
Just let's wait a little bit. Let's.
هما
fingers
من
crossed,
جسمهم.
say it's ready to start.
So the first
No, the first should be here.
No,
هذا
he's
الدور
absent.
The first is
It's Ibrahim.
Okay.
So you sent to him the link,
Yeah.
but he didn't.
Yeah, he is not.
هما
Yeah, then we start from the second point.
دونك هذوكم سيتي بلاني مسؤول من بعض هذوك الحالي بعد يبداو لي سيسيون اون باراليل السيسيون هما اللي مسؤولين كيما غوتار لا يسي لا سبيكر
Will be next conference. Which city, which country?
ايوا
Also in May.
تفهم specifically خاطر هي سيتون سيري خاطر ان فيت الريتنج انت دخل في الريتنج والريتنج ديبون من الوقت معناتها الريتنج نتاع الشهر الثاني فيها الريتنج نتاع الشهر الاولاني ومعاها نيو ريتنجز فهمت معناتها اش معناتها ناخذ مثلا ان اوتيل ناخذ ليكيفالون اللي هو ان اوتيل مثلا كيما هكا بوكينغ
We keep this period so even the community knows that
بوكينغ ناخذ نابورت كيل اوتيل نابورت كوا شفتوا هذا مثلا ناخذ 9.1 على 2619 كومنتير
Business administration and accounting field.
دونك هو اليوم عنده 2919 كومنتير الشهر اللي فات كان عنده اقل دونك انت في الابرونتيساج ما تنجمش تعمل الابرونتيساج على شهر هو مثلا عنده 2600 كاركتير وتريدي الشهر اللي قبله اللي هو عنده 1000 كهو مثلا فهمت. دونك سي اون سيري تمبوريل الدوني نتاع ان موا جي ديبوند من الموا اي و فما اون لوجيك دون لو طون tu vois. فهمت.
learning economics and from business computing, and then you have project informing
So this is this.
The first presentation is also online.
to have a
No,
community,
they're
not
not.
just
Are they here?
It's online. Yeah.
Is it? You've got it online. All right. Well then.
participants are
Online
connected.
like relationships,
Yeah.
long-term
Yeah. So they're stuck in
This
Paris.
to
Looking for
build some
you.
economic projects in the
Okay.
world.
The authors of the two
Especially
other
because you have
papers.
Minari, Tunisia, Lebanon,
There's
South
three others.
Africa, so the country.
Actually, we have
We can listen to it.
أي كنت نسمع اليوم.
We can start. Yes. هناك تسمع فينا؟
Oui.
Yeah, all is fine.
Have we got Sabiri? We haven't got Sabiri.
Yeah, so I will change this. I will change this.
So, glad to come here. And our
مش لازم بالهاتف.
So when we have,
Good morning, everyone. I am Sarah.
this diversity of
So,
context.
I'm ready for online presentation.
Okay.
Please start.
So we haven't got much of an audience yet. I just went to check, and there's nobody else standing around in the eating food. So clearly, this is all we're going to get. So as you heard, there's been this rearrangement of the schedule, and I think we'll still try and stick to 25 minutes for each presentation, and then we can go to lunch early, I guess. So we're starting then with something which affects all of you who travel, about Airbnb price prediction. You'll want to know, and this idea about looking at sentiment analysis has become a big deal, as you know, particularly in marketing fields. So we'll be very interested to hear this. And I believe Sarah Nouri is going to be doing the presentation. So please let us start the presentation.
Pre-recorded presentation. So after that, Sarah is coming online. She's already online. So presentation first. Okay, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sarah Nouri, co-author of the paper entitled A Multi-Source Framework for Airbnb Price Prediction, Integration, Special Performance Clustering, and Sentiment Analysis. This work was supervised by Mona Shabeh, Mohamed Anis Bashtabji, and Reem Jallouli, professors in the High School of Digital Economic, University of Manouba in Tunisia. Let me present our table of contents. We'll start with a brief context, followed by the problem and motivation. Then the literature review, the proposed framework, key technical component, future and generated future methods, experimental result, and comparative evaluation, ending with a conclusion and future research. And then we'll be happy to take your questions. So the short-term rental STR market has undergoing a remarkable transformation in recent years. Platforms like Airbnb and Explora have changed the way people travel and earn money. They help property owners make use of empty space and turn them into income. However, this has had mixed effect on housing and tourism, especially in cities. So, like every business, there are always a challenge. We are currently facing what we call the STR price challenge. So, what is this problem exactly? Currently, dynamic pricing in the STR market is inherently complex, shaped by nonlinear interaction among property characteristics such as bedrooms, bathrooms, and amenities, customer reviews, geographic and special factors and performance indicators such as ADR and occupancy rate. Though described into more details, existing machine learning methods are fragmented. The first stream use only property characteristic. The second stream handles customer reviews and sentiment in isolation. The third stream, on the other hand, focuses solely on performance indicator. We conclude that no study jointly combines all these elements. Now, let's review the existing studies and their limitation. All existing studies failed to use all their previously mentioned features. For example, Al-Harbi only used a subset, and when some tried to combine more than one, none of them used all datasets, such as Naguba and Wisely. To sum up, no prior study had jointly integrated property characteristic, performance indicator, special clustering, and customer reviews for STR price prediction. Okay, let me explain our proposed framework. First, we collect data from multiple sources, such as Airbnb and RPTX. This includes property characteristic, performance indicator, and customer reviews. Then we process the data in 3 steps. We start with customer reviews. We translate them into
I try again. Something is
Yeah.
wrong online. So we try.
Yeah, you have to share the video, not you're sharing the screen of the desktop.
So do you see now correctly my desktop?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and now do you see slides?
Yes.
Now we can see the video of the slides.
And now let's start from the beginning. Is okay for everyone? Or
No, we saw most of it. Just
okay,
just go back a little bit.
Just go back from here and start again.
Okay.
Existing studies and their limitation. All existing studies failed to use all their previously mentioned features. For example, Al-Harbi only used a subset, and when some tried to combine more than one, none of them used all datasets, such as Naguba and Wisely. To sum up, no prior study had jointly integrated property characteristic, performance indicator, special clustering, and customer reviews for STR price prediction. Okay, let me explain our proposed framework. First, we collect data from multiple sources, such as Airbnb and RPTX. This includes property characteristic, performance indicator, and customer reviews. Then we process the data in 3 steps. We start with customer reviews. We translate them into English. Then we use 2 tools. First, Vader for sentiment analysis, which is better than TextBlob because it handles informal language and slang commonly found in STR reviews. It gives us positive, negative, or neutral scores. Second, we use per topic for topic modeling, which is better than LGI because transformer embeddings capture racial meaning from text. It helps find common themes that guests talk about. Next, we cluster property by location and performance. We used an algorithm called optics, which is better than DBScan because it handles cluster with different density and does not require predefined parameters. This creates distinct market segment based on latitude, longitude, location rate, and occupancy rate. Finally, we built 3 feature sets. The first set uses the sentiment analysis and topic modeling result, plus the performance indicator, the occupancy rate. The second set adds special performance clustering and property characteristic. The third adds binary amenities, meaning each amenity is encoded simply as yes or no. For example, Wi-Fi, kitchen, or pool. Now let me explain our experimental result. We tested our framework on a real data set of 6,313 Airbnb property in Tunisia, covering the period from 2022 to 2025. We used time series cross validation to ensure our results are reliable. We compared 3 future sets across several models, including random forest, XGBoost, MLP, Lasso, Rich, LSTM, and RNN. The best result came from random forest using feature set 2, that is the one combining sentiment and topic feature from reviews, performance indicator, special performance cluster, and property characteristic. It achieved on R-score of 0.9899, meaning our predictions are highly accurate. Surprisingly, adding the 145 binary amenities in feature set 3 actually caused performance to drop from 0.98 to 0.188. This suggests that this binary amenity encoding does not positively contribute to the prediction model. We also noticed that deep learning models such as LSTM and RNN did not perform as well as tree-based models. So random forest gave us the best price prediction overall. So now let me show you how our framework compares to existing studies. We compared our framework to 5 previous studies. Al-Harbi achieved an R-score of 0.99 using only customer reviews in Barcelona, but their model was not cross validation. Liu achieved 0.17 using property characteristic. Razazdah achieved 0.69 using customer reviews and property characteristic in New York. Gamati achieved 0.76 using property characteristic and performance indicator across 5 cities, and Naguba achieved only 0.34 in New York. None of this study used cross validation, but our framework using random forest and XGBoost achieved an R-score of 0.98. Unlike the other, we combined all 3 data source, customer reviews, property characteristic, and performance indicator, plus special performance clustering. We also applied rigorous 5-fold time series cross validation. So our model delivers the highest validated R-score and is the only one to combine all data modalities. Now, let me conclude our study. First, our results show that multi-source integration work, combining performance indicator, sentiment, and topic analysis, special performance clustering, and property characteristic, significantly boosts accuracy. R-score raises from 0.97 with set 1 to 0.98 with set 2. Second, tree-based models like random forest and XGBoost outperform deep learning models like LSTM and RNN. This suggests that Airbnb price is driven by complex future interaction, not just temporal patterns. Third, adding 45 binary immunities actually degraded most model in the Tunisia market. Finally, our framework provides hosts with a practical data-driven pricing tool that accounts for market conditions, guest sentiment, and special performance competition. So, looking to the future, we plan 4 directions. First, gross city transfer learning to test our framework in other markets. Second, automated feature selection to identify what matters most in each city. Third, adding visual data from property photos. And fourth, moving beyond binary immunities toward smarter representation, such as weighting or semantic embeddings. Okay, thank you for your attention. I am now happy to take any questions and open the discussion.
Okay, so how do we do the questions? Can they hear us at this end from the microphones?
They are always
Okay.
switched. Yeah, so everyone should be.
That's good. Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to start with a question, and that is that I'm not fully understanding who are the customers for this work. Is this really a tool designed for potential Airbnb users? Would they? So this could be a marketing tool to by Airbnb to say this is that your property is worth something to the future, or your property is not worth something, or is it really an exercise in looking at AI techniques and seeing which ones work best on a particular data set? So can you say something about the motivation, please?
Hello everyone. So the motivation is not to give the solution to Airbnb. It's for hosts who may use it to adjust or to predict the best ADR to choose the best price to fix in Airbnb to attract more guests, so to have the best rate of the occupancy. So it's for hosts, not for Airbnb. I don't know if it's that is the right answer to the question.
All right, that's good. Okay.
Thank you.
That clears up the motivation. Other questions? Yeah.
Can I follow up on that? Do I understand right that this model of yours calculates the average price that such a property would normally be able to get, so that the owner can then decide, will I go with this average price, or shall I try to fish a little bit higher? Or
yes, that's a recommendation for the best price to fix, to have the best occupancy, or to optimize the occupancy. That's the right balance between occupancy and price. So there is 2 strategies: rather to have a high price, so a small occupancy or a moderate occupancy, or to fix an economic price for a higher occupancy. So this work is to adjust the ADR, the price, to have the best occupancy and the best income, to improve the income.
Yeah. So that raises the next question then. Do you produce point estimates of possible revenue price to attract users, or do you provide some range of prices, based on a probability distribution of prices and results?
Sorry, I did not understand the question.
So do you just produce a point estimate, which is the average price for that sort of property in that sort of area, or do you produce a distribution of prices, a probability distribution based of prices?
No, not the probability distribution. We predict the price, a price. So it's a regression problem. So we try to recommend a price, an average price to fix for the next month. To have the best occupancy or to optimize the occupancy, not a probability distribution.
No. Okay.
But it could be a recommendation for future work to have 2 or 3 scenarios with 2 strategies, high occupancy and low price. We can choose the Airbnb or the host could choose between 2 or 3 situations and strategies. Yeah, I think it is a good.
If you want to answer his question, you need to do something like that, right?
Yeah.
Because then it's a question of how you trade off various things.
Yeah, thank you for this remark.
One other thing is you said that amenity does not have much effect. So you add new features, you add the spa or the hot tub or whatever it is, and that doesn't make much difference to the price estimate. Does that? It seems surprising to me that that's true completely. It seems to me that some amenities will give you greater value, so number of bedrooms, type of kitchen, the Wi-Fi, as you mentioned. Is there some discrimination you can make about the type of characteristics? I mean, there's got to be some basic things, surely, and then some of the add-ons may have value, but many of them will not.
Maybe the use data are in the same location. So rooms or houses are for the same standards, maybe. So amenities did not impact the result or the ADR or the price. Maybe if we will maybe try to mix rooms or houses from different regions, so that it may impact the results. So for these data sets, the amenities has not an impact on the ADR prediction.
Yes. And can I ask the AI question? Do you have any insight into why these tree-based methods, random forest and XGBoost, which is what you're using, why they perform better than the others that you looked at?
Why? Sarah, why?
That's right. Maybe you don't know.
Maybe decision trees. Maybe decision trees are best models. Is the best model for this regression tasks. So models that are based on decision trees, like XGBoost and random forest, performed best. So maybe Sarah.
Yes. Well, I think that's probably the answer. Yeah, but.
Yes, because the decision trees are the best model in that case for a regression task. Yeah,
I think so. Well, all right. Well, thank you very much. That's
thank you very much.
Very interesting. Well, do stay on and listen to the others. You never know, you might learn something. So, all right. I think we can. Yes, we don't need to cheat. Can we have some automated clapping for? So, as you know, as they say, and as we've been told in Estonia, you don't have to turn up for anything except marriage. So we should do that also. Thank you very much.
In Estonia,
thank you.
Same Persians can make mistakes, but computers are organizing disasters.
Exactly. All right. So the next one is online as well, yes?
Yes.
So
Good morning, everyone.
So this is Farouk Schmidt, yes? Who is online?
Yes, I'm here.
Farouk, is that you?
Yeah, Farouk is online.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, this is Farouk.
Terrific. Okay, well then we can start the video presentation, and he's talking about text to SQL explainability. Explainability is becoming a big deal, and of course it's necessary in many contexts. So here's an example of how one might explore explainability. So Gunnar, please play the videotape.
I try not to make mistakes. Farouk, do you see video?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yes.
And I can hear you.
Good. But now important point is, does you hear also video?
Good morning, everyone. My name Yeah, is it's Farouk okay. Schmidt, and today
It's
I will good. present a joint research work conducted with my supervisors, Mrs. Shayma Shaib and Mrs. Hademi Ashour, from the Best Mode Laboratory at the University of Tunis, l'Institut Supérieur de Gestion. So the title of our work is an anchor-based approach with double perturbation for text-to-SQL explainability. In this presentation, I will explain the problem we studied, the approach we proposed, and the main results we obtained. So our presentation is divided into 5 main parts. First, an introduction. Then we will review existing explainability approaches. After that, we will present our proposed approach. Next, we will discuss the experimental evaluation and results. Finally, a conclusion. So, starting with the introduction. Large language models have recently shown very strong performance in converting natural language questions into SQL queries. Models such as OpenAI, GPT, Codex NT5 are capable of generating SQL queries that are synthetically correct and semantically meaningful. However, despite these impressive results, an important problem still exists. We can clearly observe the input question and the generated SQL query, but we do not really understand how the model created that output. The reasoning process inside the model is still hidden, like a black box. This lack of transparency becomes a serious issue in sensitive domains such as healthcare, finance, or legal system, where decision must be understandable and trustworthy, of course. Because of this, explainability becomes essential. So this is where explainable artificial intelligence, or XAI, becomes important. The goal of XAI is to make AI systems more understandable or human users. Instead of only producing predictions, explainable systems also provide information about how and why these predictions were generated. In our work, we focus on explainability for text-to-SQL systems. This problem is challenging because text-to-SQL models work with 2 different types of input at the same time, the natural language question and the database schema. So understanding the reasoning process requires analyzing both linguistic information, which is the natural language question, and the database structure together. So moving to the explainability in text-to-SQL, where after reviewing recent research in explainable text-to-SQL systems, we identified the main categories of approaches. The first category is prompt-based explainability, where these models use carefully designed prompts to encourage the model to review intermediate reasoning steps before generating the final query. The second category is reasoning-based approaches. These models introduce explicit modules or reasoning steps inside the system architecture to make decision easier to follow. The third category is post-generation explainability, which is the category most related to our work. In this case, the model is treated as a black box, and explanations are generated after the SQL query is produced using attribution or perturbation techniques. So, even though many approaches exist, the field still has important limitations. Currently, there is no standard benchmark for evaluation for the evaluation of the quality in text-to-SQL systems. Different studies use different evaluation methods, which makes comparison difficult. More importantly, we identified a critical limitation in existing approaches. Most methods cannot answer the following question, which is, if we slightly reformulate the input, the same element still remain important for the prediction for the output? In other words, are these explanations stable and meaningful, or are they only based on superficial word correlations? Among post-generation explainability methods, three techniques are commonly used: SHAP, LIM, and anchors. SHAP measures the importance of each token by estimating its contribution to the final prediction. LIM approximates the behavior of the model locally using an interpretable model, and anchors try to identify the minimal set of elements that are sufficient to guarantee a prediction in output, which is the method we both open. For our proposed approach, we selected the anchor approach because it provides more precise and humor-readable explanations. Unlike SHAP or LIM, anchors focus on identifying the minimal sufficient elements responsible for a prediction. The term minimal is important here. If one element is removed from the anchor set, the prediction should no longer remain stable. This makes anchor explanation easier to interpret and more faithful to the model actual behavior. However, existing anchor approaches were originally designed for single input tasks. SQL systems are different because they involve two inputs simultaneously, the natural language question and the database schema. So the proposed approach is organized into four main steps. Step 1 is preprocessing, where we normalize both the natural language question and the database schema. Step 2 is SQL generation, using a transformer-based language model. Step 3 is the core contribution of our work, where the double perturbation mechanism in this step is perturbing both the question and the schema to identify anchor candidates. And the final step, where we verify that the identified anchors are truly necessary for generating specific clauses. In the pre-processing phase, the question first goes through tokenization and lemmatization using spaCy. This helps reduce linguistic variations and improves matching between question tokens and schema elements. For the database schema, we extract important structural informations such as tables, columns, data types, and relationships. Then, using sentence BERT, we calculate semantic similarity between question tokens and schema components, which allows us to keep only the schema elements that are relevant to the query. As a result, the system works with a simplified and more focused representation of both the question and the schema. For SQL generation, we use the People AI SQL 1.3 billion model, which is specifically fine-tuned for text-to-SQL tasks. The model receives a structured prompt containing the database schema, the natural language question, and the SQL generation region. Once the SQL query is generated, we decompose it into individual SQL clauses such as select, where, join, and group by. And this decomposition is important because our framework explains each SQL clause separately instead of explaining the entire query as one block, and it allows us to produce more detailed and fine-grained explanations. For each SQL clause, we perform multiple perturbation cycles. During each cycle, we apply two perturbations simultaneously. The first perturbation modifies the natural language question by masking selected tokens, and the second one perturbate and modifies the database schema by masking schema elements according to their semantic relevance. After perturbation, the SQL query is regenerated. We then observe whether the target SQL clause, for example count or join, still appears or disappears. Elements that consistently preserve the target clause are considered candidate anchors. The important idea here is that we perturb both language and schema together, allowing us to capture the interaction between linguistic information and database structure. After identifying candidate anchors, we perform a casual validation phase. Each anchor candidate is tested through several independent perturbation trials. We calculate precision score based on how consistently the SQL clause remains present when the anchor is preserved. Only anchors with a precision score greater than or equally to 90% are accepted as validated anchors. This validation step helps ensure that the identified explanations are truly causal, not simply accidental correlations. Moving to the experiments and the results. To evaluate our approach, we use the SPIDER benchmark dataset, which is one of the most widely used benchmarks for text-to-SQL research. The dataset contains more than 10,000 questions distributed across many different domains and databases. Our experiments included queries with different levels of complexity, simple queries, moderate queries involving join and aggregations, and complex queries with nested structures. We compared our anchor-based approach with CHAP explanations using the same underlying SQL generation model. To evaluate explanation, stability, and faithfulness, we applied synonym perturbation. This means we replaced some words in the question with equivalent terms while preserving the overall meaning. For example, words like highest could be replaced with maximum. The objective was to verify whether the explanation remains stable even when the question is slightly reformulated. We then measured similarity between the original SQL query and the perturbed SQL query using cosine similarity. A higher similarity score indicates that the explanation is more stable and semantically consistent. So the results show that our anchor-based approach consistently performs better than CHAP across all query categories. For aggregation queries involving count and group by operations, our method achieved the highest improvement. We also observed better performance for join and join-based and filtering queries. These results indicate that anchor explanations are effective for structural complex SQL queries. So, when considering the overall evaluation results, the same trend remains visible. Our method achieved higher average semantic similarity compared to CHAP. It also produced more stable explanation and better causal faithfulness. An important observation is that removing validated anchors elements frequently cause the corresponding SQL clause to disappear. So this confirms that the identified anchors are generally necessary for generating the SQL output. In contrast, removing highly ranked CHAP tokens often had little impact on the generated query, so suggesting that CHAP explanations are sometimes only correlational rather than causal. As a conclusion, this work addresses the explainability problem in text-to-SQL systems. We proposed an anchor-based framework with double perturbation that analyzes both the natural language question and the database schema. Our results demonstrate that considering the schema as a component improves explanation quality. The proposed approach also produces explanations that are more stable and more faithful compared to existing attribution-based methods such as SHAP. More broadly, our work highlights the importance of schema-aware explainability for future text-to-SQL systems. And as the future works, several directions can be explored. First, we plan to evaluate the framework on larger and more advanced language models such as GPT-4 and other recent open source models. And we aim to develop standardized benchmarks for evaluating explainability quality in text-to-SQL systems. We also plan to improve the scalability and computational efficiency of the perturbation process. Finally, future studies could investigate multilingual settings and domain-specific databases, such as healthcare or finance. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very interesting. I'm going to take the chair's prerogative of asking the first question. One of the things you said was that the anchor-based method produces more human understandable results than SHAP. Now, SHAP I don't think gives you, in most cases that I've seen, gives you very human understandable results really. But you didn't give us any examples. Can you give us an example of where the anchor-based result is clearly more human understandable than the SHAP-based result?
Okay, so anchors gives you basically the sufficient elements or the sufficient tokens to create or to generate the output, but the SHAP methods gives you an importance score for each token. So it is more granular, but it's not like it's not readable. It's not human understandable. Let's say that a normal person or a normal user, non-technical or a person that is not from this domain will understand directly that the numbers are related or to the importance of that token. But in anchors, we extract the important tokens, for example, account or an important one, and we give it as an output.
Yes, well, is that just a difference between giving some certainty to say, here's a list of anchors that are relevant to SHAP saying, well, this anchor may be important, and if it is, then it's important by this amount. Is it just a question of you presenting greater certainty in the final result? Even though I say sotto voce that the certainty may be misplaced.
I didn't understand. What do you mean by greater certainty?
Well, so you provide a list of tokens and you say these are the tokens that will always be important in this sort of question. Yes. I mean,
yes.
And what SHAP would do is say, well, this token is worth 80%, and this other token is worth something else. Is that not really the same sort of human understandable thing? It's just that you're not presenting.
Yes. For example, SHAP can give you an importance value based from -1 to 1. So the word can be important, but it can have, for example, -48 or -17 or 0.7. So and it gives you all the tokens. it lists them all. So you have to read them and go through them and understand the output based on these numbers. But in the anchor, we choose the most important one based on the output that is being generated, and also that their existence is important for the output creation. So for some anchors, if you move them or you change a little bit of them, the output changes a lot. So that's the main idea.
Yes, yes, okay.
I don't know if I answered your question, but
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's fine. Thank you. Let me ask another question. The way in which you do this is through perturbation, and I wonder how generalizable that is for a general AI system. One of the advantages that you've got here is there's a restricted vocabulary of outputs. There's a vocabulary of SQL entities that you're going to put together, and you simplify the queries by essentially restricting the vocabulary to just things like tables or joins or you know other things that are involved with SQL. I wonder how generalizable that method is if you've got a much larger vocabulary coming out of the system.
You're talking about the schema simplification, right?
Well, yeah, but also the whole system is, yeah, you've got SQL coming out the end, and
yes,
and SQL is a tightly written small language. It's only got certain concepts in it, right?
yes.
So that gives you the advantage of having a restricted set of outputs. If you've got a more generalizable case where you've got a much larger set of outputs, can you still use this perturbation approach?
Yeah, basically we are working on decomposing the SQL first, and after that we try to see what is the importance of every token for the decomposed components of the SQL. So if we had a larger, for example, vocabularies, like let's talk about a language, or it can be we can add, for example, a component or a dynamic component that decompose this language, these input, the query input, in order to understand and decompose it based on its yeah, I think it's possible to implement something, like a certain component that can understand the input in order to decompose it and verify the importance of every token for the generated input. I don't know if you...
Well, yeah, so well, you might be confident. I'm less convinced, I must say. You know, if you take the case of you know, one of these large language models where you put in some general question and you get a whole lot of AI slop out, knowing what generates the particular bit of slop from what goes in would be a much harder problem, I think, if you try to do perturbation.
Yes.
But anyway, that's you picked a good target, I think, to try to try out this method.
We can say that we started on a small target and we can expand after that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and all strength to your arm too, because I see so many papers using SHAP, and I think when I read them, I'm none the wiser about the reasons for the output than I was before I read it. You know, I mean, the SHAP explanations are not really very explanatory. So, so if you can do something better, that's a very good idea.
Yes.
So I encourage you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else? Oh, yeah, please.
I wanted to ask, as I don't have any understanding of XAI, what is an anchor? Is it a token or a group of tokens or a vector or a phrase or is it maybe a concept that can be expressed in many different ways? So what is it really?
The anchor is basically a token from the natural language question that you gave as an input for the model.
So it's
For
just
example,
one specific token and you determine what kind of influence it has on the generated SQL.
exactly.
So he gave the example of document versus record. Document as a token produces one sort of result, and asking for a
Yes,
record
maximum
can produce a
highs.
different result.
Yeah, exactly.
And then,
Be
sorry, go on.
Especially with these new models, they are very sensitive when we see people that are learning prompt engineering in order to understand and write the correct input in order to get the correct output. But the idea here is not just to get one token, it is to get the important tokens and the sufficient elements to create and generate this output, the output that we got.
It says something about these transformer models, particularly the large language models, that they're potentially very sensitive to the way in which you express the same idea in a query to them. So reforming your university around ChatGPT, as we were hearing this morning, doesn't seem to me to be a very good idea. But anyway, that's Irene is not here.
Well, we're not reforming it around ChatGPT. We're just trying to look for better models because they tested. It is in a generic framework. This method that we created, and we can implement it on any model that we want. So
yes, thank you. All right. So artificial applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we press on now. Our last speaker is actually here in person. So
excellent.
This is Tamal Kadak. I suggested to him that he goes to his office and present the paper online like everyone else, but he declined the opportunity, which is a very good thing. So, and he's going to talk about business intelligence and transformation of business intelligence. Now, I must say that having been around the edges of universities for a while, I am struck by how much interest there is in business intelligence stuff, particularly if you've been taken over by Microsoft and you get all these BI tools and so on. And they might be about business, they're not particularly about intelligence. So if there's anything that can do better than that, that's surely a good thing. So please listen to what he has to say, and maybe we'll get some insight into how to do this better. Thank you. So, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Tarmo Kadak from the Department of Business Administration and on the field of the accounting. The same university, TalTech. And we are living in very interesting time, and it's very interesting to me here too to talk about performance management systems, which I worked and researched close to 20 years, and how suddenly there can be factors or impactors who can change this management performance system so big, so differently, so efficiently, and it's of course AI has a big power to do that. The idea of this presentation is that I will look the control-oriented maturity model of the performance management systems. What can be said that the performance management system itself is a concept how companies or organizations can achieve their objectives. Mostly it's focused on strategic objectives, and to achieve this there must be some supporting equipments like strategy, objectives, then going on the unit level, KPIs, activities, measuring, reporting, adjusting activities, and so on. So it works and supports organizations. But expanding this performance management system is not only adding any new metrics. This maturity grows when their supporting digital infrastructure grows, develops as well, so that only not can be developed inside, but also their internal factors are also impacting this growth and maturity. And what is not discovered in the research papers much is that how these linked together, how this mutuality interaction are going on between BMS and digital infrastructure. How BMS can impact digital infrastructure, and on the contrary, how it can change BMS. And not much of these papers, and when this AI opportunity arose, then it was like me called that it's very interesting to see how it can be developed further. And this paper is totally based on the literature review, not empirical, and it can be done later. And actually, at this time, there is one research project in the pipeline where this digital twin as a one option of new BMS can be used and developed. And so it's such a research gap right now. So to start this study, what is a company when they are investing lots of their money of the ERP system, other digital infrastructure, doing that they want to, of course, to get more performance data, but also they want to know how this new developments will support to getting more detail, more new performance data to allow to manage companies and to better control the activities, not only to get new additional metrics into the systems. So, of course, again, some investments and what benefits they can get. And now when we bring in this new developments in digital infrastructure, it also should give much more benefits like it did before. Then I started to look literature, and I found I decided to use three literature streams about performance management and performance management and measurement systems. Then I used the approach of the Robert Simon management levers of the control, divided 4 different control types as a central part of the management and performance management control systems. And finally, I looked papers which connects performance management systems and the digital infrastructures like Industry 4.0, digital twins, and etc. And as I mentioned, that there is a gap how these are together working, and then it allows this combination allows to do this synthesize PMS maturity, control, and digitalization together. I set 3 research questions: how PMS evolved along in IT, digitalization, and automation. Then which PMS and management control systems characteristics distinguish the 3 maturity levels, and last one, which digital capabilities enable digital twin enabled PMS, and how to relate they relate with Simon's levers. So it was how this theory-driven narrative was developed. Stream 1, literature; stream 2, stream G, and then papers. What I left, I used to combine these 3 levels of PMS. So first level I got is financial, diagnostically used PMS, and they are ERP centric, and what they are focusing, how is their relation with digitalization, and what is the dominant control logic at these levels. Second level is a multi-dimensional strategy linked PMS and BI enabled, and also what they focus, what they measure, how is the relation with IT and digitalization, and again what is the dominant control, what they are controlling. And most advanced is a level 3 real-time model-based PMS and digital twin enabled. They are focusing already real-time KPIs, AI model-based indicators, and systems and twin measures. This develops this from the currently level financial and diagnostic. So it was maybe dominating 20 years ago. Then after that, the multidimensional and strategic level of BMSs, and now it's moving to the real-time and model-based BMSs. This maturity model can also now predict what can be next, and how this performance, what performance management is controlling, supporting, using, how it can be developed. And these the latest developments can now to say that PMS is not now static and fact-based what it was, but now based on these current new developments, it can be also like
Stop fiddling.
Okay, sorry.
PMS can be a living performance model. Yeah, not reporting what was after the fact, but explored and shaped through data, models, and scenarios. Yes, this is the approach of Robert Simon, levers of the control. And these new approaches, his message is that all these are necessary. These are, it's good when they are balanced, but in every company is different, and stress can be, it's different also by the companies where there's the most stress. For example, on the level number one, most they are stressing diagnostic control systems. That it means that how good we were, how good we were, what are the variances, what are the past results, how we fulfilled our budget, and now this also new approach developments can move more to interactive control, how it can be adjusted and how can we do better. These were also before, but stress was most important was here, to saying in very, very general way. And now here is connected this Simon's levers and level what came out from the literature. Yes, dominating on the level one, what was ERP-centric PMS is, yes, it's dominant. Budget, targets, variance, reports. And now going to the level 3, digital twin enabled, these other start to grow the use of these also into the control. And speaking about now level on the 3 of these findings, yes, PMS can become living performance model. On that way that when operational data streams flows into the digital twin of the company, which combines different models, different data scenarios, what we want to know, or questions, inquiries, what we want to set. It combines together, and it allows to make like options before decisions, and to know how these, based on these data, models, scenarios, what we want to know, and explore options and making choices before acting. And when these are reliable, it seems we can trust these, then these decisions are made and already in real life, not anymore in the unreal way. And again, here after the executing actions, new situation will approach, and then again this starts changes new data, and we can talk about feedback and learning loop on the level 3. So it allows to say that digital twin becomes part of the continuous cycle and links measurement, control, decision making, and organizational learning together. So this, this on the first paper about this, yes, it's totally based on the literature, and of course there must be case studies and to see how developments actually can work in organizations, but still they link PMS evolution to successive ways of the digitalizations, and that's control-oriented lens using Simon's levers and conceptualize digital twin as a DMS and management control systems artifacts, and also give some practitioners impact to the practitioners. They can diagnose their current BMS and to make next digital step ahead. And so the one message that the digital twin is not simply add another new technology layer, but they can mature BMS from the dashboards into the model-based control environments, and where performance is monitored, simulated, constrained, and shaped before decisions are implemented. And of course, when the company using it, it should raise also efficiency and less of the waste and etc. Many benefits should be taken. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And can I thank you about one thing? I was rude about business intelligence in universities just before you started, and I realized from your presentation that the fundamental problem there is differences in belief, that there are several sets of different beliefs in universities, and the business intelligence and the performance management systems work on one set, but they're not the set that necessarily everybody subscribes to. Anyway, thank you. That's a very useful insight for me, but that doesn't help anybody else. So, do we have questions? Yes. Now, here's the expert on doing structured literature reviews. So you're about to be bombarded. Please, really.
Thank you very much for your insightful talk. I'm asking about the difference in sectors. That is, when reading previous literature, are there significant differences between sectors or fields which are IT intensive and other fields? For example, telecommunication and education or public services.
Yes, this control variable was not targeted. It covers this literature all sectors, not specifically this IT friendly and not so IT friendly. And yes, it can be, of course, I think suppose that there will be a difference, but it was not goal to go so deep right now.
Because I'm thinking about using, for example, Internet of Things in real time monitoring. So here I think we are targeting more intensive use of IT in these sectors. So it should be like a future avenue for this literature review.
Yeah, to split this by sectors, by the size. Thanks.
I wonder also in the literature, I mean, I know you were looking for digital twin solutions to these, or for this integration, but did you find other sorts of ways of going about this? I remain suspicious about digital twins because essentially there are simulations, and we know all about problems with simulations and how simulations go wrong, and and even in applications where there's a long history of simulations, as in piloting aircraft, the simulators can still mislead the people who are doing the work.
Yeah.
So are there other? Did you happen to come across other sorts of ways of doing this integration other than essentially a simulation?
Yeah, this based on the data, it allows to do more simulation and play through different scenarios also before. But of course, yeah, this curiosity and trust should stay, and before decisions are making and yeah, it's on the business level, management level, company running level, it's would be new approach. And when this aircraft companies, when they used before the simulation a lot, then this companies on the starting on that, when they use simulations based on the data and the AI approach. And I think they should then ask from the aircraft companies who are used this digital twin before.
Yeah, please.
What's digital twin exactly in this context? Is it sort of simulation or digital representation of a physical factory, or is it for the whole company, the whole organization, like all the people, departments, policies, procedures?
I think there can be a narrow view and a broader view. Narrow view is based on the data what can be collected from the ERP systems, sales and all accounting data. Then adding, for example, client data, warehouse data. It's a narrow, and this data is quite should principally quite good condition, because it's control, etc. And then, of course, the broader view of this digital twin, when it's possible to add, as I mentioned, these procedures, strategic plans, what we want to achieve, to bring these also, and people's skills, competencies into that, and what can be then results when we use this data too. And when this data is also put it together with this accounting ERP system data, then can be or more like a broader digital twin, but the same purpose to use. What can be then to make simulations.
So the goal is to play with the parameters and to see how the thing would perform.
Yeah.
Okay.
And ask my scenario is so to do, for example, this way or this way, and to expand to this country on that way, what you think, and what products is possible to sell there, and this kind of the scenario can be played through. And then not to test, not to go on the live, but to see what this scenario shows, and then decide, can we trust this result or not? And when it's trusty, okay, let's use and let's execute this.
Okay.
It's a good question to ask, because twin is a moving target here, right?
Yeah, but the reason I was asking is that it sounds very familiar to system dynamics, which Jane Forrester invented 70 years ago at MIT, which also tried to like precisely describe all the moving parts and their interrelationships, and then you could also tweak the parameters and see how things would work out. So I don't know, is it kind of, but for some reason this is not super popular nowadays. So I'm trying to understand how the modern understanding of digital twins is different.
Well, he had a particular set of techniques underlying that system dynamics, didn't it? And that's gone away, but the process is still similar. Yeah. But the specific text. Please, go ahead.
We have online questions.
Yeah, please. So
Mona,
you've
can you
asked the
please?
question.
Mona, do you raise your hand?
You're on mute, Mona.
Probably not.
Oh, no.
We can hear you. I think she raised her hand for the presentation, the share of the screen.
Okay,
lately,
Okay.
not for a question.
Thanks.
Comment about the empirical study. You said that you have perhaps in the future an empirical study. Are you thinking about a survey or a case study or an index for the maturity of the performance management system? What are the ideas of empirical studies you would like to continue with?
Yeah, very good question. Seems that this it's still starting point of the companies too, and to make this data collection with a survey, I think it's not giving such much results, and comparing with as a case study, and look when to find these companies who are doing developing their digital infrastructure, and to go and then talk about how they see what is changed, and based on that, and I think the case study should be more useful on that stage. Maybe after 10 years survey, but right now.
I think, if I'm allowed to say, that the keynote speaker this morning really provided you with an invitation to experiment with the performance management systems in Caltech. You know, things are being shaken up in all sorts of ways. This is an opportunity, and it seemed to me also, this is, I know a reduction, but it seemed to me that an important consideration is the graduation rates in nominal time. So there's sort of one parameter system here to control, and doing experiments on the Caltech system might well be an interesting thing to do, because you've got a nice controlled result to look at. Of course, you won't know whether it works or not until you've retired, and then someone else can blame you for what happened. But you know, you've got the opportunity, I think. But the one problem with that as an experimental system is because the timescales are I don't know, 3 or 4 years or something like that, so to know if you've made a difference. What else? Anything else? The finance ladies at the back. What do you want to? What do you want to know from the conference management system that you're not getting now? And would you use a digital twin of the conference to design a better conference later?
This will be the second case study.
Yeah. Yeah, she remains non-committal like every good finance person. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now I don't know. We've overachieved in that we finished early, but with fewer papers. So so I don't know what the story is there. But thank you. I think we now have quite a long time for lunch. That's a very civilized way of living. Thank you, Gunnar. So very pleased. We start again at 2:30. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. Where is the paper reduction in this? You said less paper. But thank you very much. I'm very grateful.
No tule õhtul ikkagi jah, ega me ei ole tühistanud. Thank you.
Thank you for appearing in person. It's good.
Yeah. But could we have listeners here?
Exactly, yeah.
Offline.
Digital twin.
I'm thinking about perhaps in the next step to conceive an index of the maturity of the performance management system. It would be helpful for countries, also governments,
Yeah.
väga huvitav sessioon.
And
Let's
country
homme ka
level
meiega.
especially.
Tuled õhtu
You get,
ettekandesse ka.
you get to know every country has huge of the documents, strategic plans and etc. And, yeah.
I'm working on considering indexes for cultural policy.
So for online listeners, now we are making a break. We have lunch and then we have keynote.
Interesting session and good sharing. So.
Okay, it's okay.
With your knowledge, it's always interesting to hear what people are doing. Expertise in ICDEc indexes, we can find for governments or for education, universities. It depends.
That's the thing with scientific conferences, that every person goes like super deep in their narrow niche, and occasionally interesting overlaps emerge. So.
Invite you on LinkedIn. You are in LinkedIn.
I have to fix it because it,
I will send you an email.
Actually,
it's COVID times, so no need to travel anymore.
Okay. So, welcome on board.
thank you.
Yes. I think there is point.
If you see that
I will read another time the paper with this perspective and
noh, räägi.
Ma tahtsin küsida, kas sa said need failide tuuri teha?
Ma kohe vaatan, aga meil oleks, oota, millal see Rainer tagasi tuleb, meil on äkki sinna 114 vaja kedagi. Seal on Igor, aga mul on, ma ilmselt leian kellegi.
Okay.
Ma kohe vaatan, kas ta läheb tööle, kontrollin kõik asjad ilusasti edasi.
Sinu ruumis peaks olema siis 3 pluss Hitcham, mida ta vist ei ole.
Siin, jah? Okei. Eks ma siis vaatan, mis siin on ja mis siin ei ole.
Yes.
I'm going to be in this session, but when I wasn't sure if you got, I'm Octavia Albo. I wasn't sure if you've got my presentation.
Sorry, once more.
Octavia Albo.
Octavia Albo.
Yes.
Is that just we will check this. Probably it was all fine with you.
I hope so. I sent it as a PDF because I did it on Canva, and if I export it as a PowerPoint, then it gets messed up. But I can also share the Canva link.
This is second.
The second one.
Second one.
Yes.
This is this. And this
Okay.
is currently.
Perfect.
This is how it is. What
Yeah,
does
we can. You can make it from here, full screen, and.
Okay, full screen.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it should look like a PowerPoint.
Good.
Oh, thank you so much.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, see you soon.
See you. Yep. Yep. toimetama.
see oli kuidagi nii villa-valla.
Tead, kui ma olen, et te tulite mulle appi.
Sa saad aru, kui ühe tegelikult meie teeme või? Me ei teegi praegu midagi.
Aga teist on nii palju. Juba teil otsa vaadates mul hakkab nii.
Seda võib.
See ei ole keeruline.
Jah. Tegelikult sul on üks jube hea omadus, ma ei tea, kas sa seda ikka tead, ja see on sinu naeratus.
Mis siin ikka? Ma sain täna nii arvsa kirja. See ettevõtluskeskus, kes on siin 3. korrusel, ega ma neid inimesi ei tunne.
Lahti.
Et ma sain kirja, et tere tulemast Nektorisse, et nemad on siin olnud alguses 0 korrusest kuni 3. korruseni ühe suure tervikuna, siis on neid järjest lammutatud. Nüüd on nad seal 3. korrusel, et 10 aastat on neid järjest niimoodi hakitud ja legoklotsidena kokku lahku tõstetud. Ja siukse armsa kirja ja et kas ma tahaksin, et mind lisataks ka sellesse maja nagu haldamise tiimse või neil on mingi oma tiimse grupp, kus siis Rainiga ja nad nagu hästi kiiresti infot vahetavad, mis on majaga seoses, küll parkimise kõige muuga. Väga armas kiri oli ja et võiks nagu kokku saada. Tänasin ja ütlesin, ma loomulikult tahan ja ütlesin nagu ka, et loodame, et see lego, mis nüüd kokku pandi, püsib kaua ja tugevalt. Ma nagu tunnen ka, et meil võiks pigem tekkida see tunne, et need, kes siin majas on, ei ole vahet, kas ta on seal ettevõtluskeskus või meie siin, et me saaks hästi läbi, et kõik need teised, kes väljast tulevad, et nendel oleks see, vaatame, kas võtame need kampa või, aga see oma maja inimesed võiksid ikkagi nagu väga hästi läbi saada. Et on nagu see, et nagu Ants ka porises jälle, et mis mõttes nad panevad selle ruumi, ütlesin, jaa, aga ruum oli vaba, nad küsisid ruumi, mul ei ole ühtegi põhjust neile öelda, et nad ei saa ruumi. Aga praegu väga sõbralikult ma küsisin, kas nad on nõus muutma, muutsime ära, tõstsin nende aja esmaspäeval ja välja arvatud järgmine nädal. Ja kõik on korras, Ants planeeris juba.
Ma arvan ka, et nende siin on võiks püüda niimoodi integreerida majja ja integreerida meie tegevustesse.
Just, kasutame ära üksteist.
Kasutame ära üksteist.
Neid kasutada meie neid.
Ja luua sellist sünergiat, sellest head sünergiat.
Vanasti oli siin Mektori alati nii mõnus ja nii sõbralik ja siin oli alati nii tore tulla ja tahaks kuidagi selle tunde siia tagasi saada.
Ja, ma täiesti nõus.
Et jumala pärast ei tekiks seda, et igaüks kössitab oma nurgas niimoodi. See on minu nurk ja see on minu nurk. Ja ettevõtluskeskuse omadele sai praegu kõikidele Vektor sinna 115. juurdepääs, aga nad saavad seda kasutada ainult siis, kui nad läbi minu broneerivad ruumi. Siuke kokkulepe on.
Mul on vaja 2 ruumi broneerida, kas ma saadan sulle kohe täna või esmaspäeval?
Minul ei ole vahet, minul on ju rohkem praegu aega, kus nõus.
Okei.
Saada siis, kui sul?
Ma saadan siis kohe, kui mul aega on, eks.
Mingi eelistus on ka, siis sa võid.
Vist mõlemad on see 115.
Aga nii tore oli eile, kui see Gerdi kamp tuli, oli eile. See üks onu, kes tuli, see oli mingi majaväline, Gert ise polnud veel tulnud ja juhatasin ta sinna ruumi ja ise ei oska käima panna, mina mitte midagi. Näitasin ära, et siin on 3 juhatajat, kui need nüüd arvuti taha panna, et siis peaks kõik tööle minema. Seal on mõtlesin, kuidas see ekraan sealt alla tuleb. Aga nagu ta juhtmed pani sinna taha ja vajutas nuppu ja kõik tuli. Tavalist, nii ilus oli, ta tegi nii kõik. Ma ei jätnudki ennast valmis. Aga ventilatsioonisüsteem on kõik.
Selle nad on kehva teinud, jah?
Liiga palju nutit ei ole hea.
Hello?
Is it the break now?
No.
Keynote, currently it's keynote. You can register. You can sign ja, ma arvan ka, et meil on veel vist kohvi või midagi. Kuule, mul on tunne, et ta ei taha enam liikuda. Iga kord ei liigu enam.
Sa arvad, et see on selle pulga viga või?
Ma arvan, et see on patari viga.
Sa näed sealt, kas sa saad sealt vaadata, kas see on 3A patari seal sees või 2A?
Ei tunne seda sinu süsteemi. Vaata. Las ma proovin.
Peab mingi loogiline, see peab kuidagi tal on siit justkui nagu peaks saama lükata või tõmmata või. Kas need meie noored mehed on kuskil... said? Nii, see on 3 aastat. Ma mõtlen, kas meil on seal kappis.
Ei.
Meil patarei vale pidi
Aga patarei läks kuidagi...
päästi.
Ei, ta näitab, et seal on õigesse kohta selle maase.
Kas patarei on selles? Millisest pakist?
sain jälle pupud ja. Ma panin ta õigesti, eks ju. Ta tahab plussi tahab sinna, eks ju, miinust sinna.
Mamy ots vastu vedru. Jah.
Eks, jääme ots vastu vedru. Ja kuidagi niimoodi. No on. No see töötab, näed. See töötab. Aga vot, see ei tööta. Aha, okei, ma teen siit. Panen uuesti. See võis olla, sest see töötab alati. See ei tööta see praegu. Hakkas tööle. Okei. Hakkas tööle, väga hea. Nii, sellega on nüüd korras.
Lauad on nii tolmud, kas koristaja lauda ei pea pühkima?
See märkus võiks teha, jah. No ärge elu. Ma ei saa nüüd kuulama tulla, ma pean.
شكرا. Сожалею. Ir svečiai pas juos yra. Šitas mek. Külmavõitu. Kuidagi külmavõitu. Ei ole. Kaardisõit.
Sinna koridori lõppu ja siis vasakule. Seal on ka laulud.
tere, tere. Tere.
Kus sinu ettekanne oli?
Homme hommikul. Homme hommikul ja siis on see on täna päeva. Jaa, hommikul siin 3B. Data scarcity and services export. Põhimõtteliselt see on selle ekspordi lahenduse teenuse pool. Kuna ekspordiportaal tegeleb nii teenusettevõtete kui tootvate ettevõtetega, nii on tooted, aga see service siis on nii-öelda see fookus siin. Kuidas nemad saavad oma turgu...
See on siis service fookus, jah?
Jah, sest et toote fookus on selliselt lihtsam, toodetel on data, impordi, ekspordi data, tollimaksud, ikka services on see blog lihtsalt, et sul ei ole nagu mingit selget ju, ja sul ei ole andmebaasid palju Eestist, ma ei tea, küberturbe teenuseid eksporditakse rääk. Ma ei tea, sul on põhimõtteliselt heal juhul mingi FOPS koodi järgi sa saadad digital services, mille alla läheb.
Pakud oma lahenduse välja?
Jah, oma lahenduse, ma räägin, kuidas mina seda nii-öelda back-endin. Seda, et ei ole nagu, et kuidas proxy andmete kaudu ja teenuse hoopis mingi arhetüüpide kaudu on võimalik siis ennustada ja siis kogu see otsustusmootori siin otsa, mis siis lõpuks pakub välja, mis see top turg on, aga et kuidas siis seda läbipaistvalt teha ja kuidas siis neid andmeid koguda ja teha. Asi on mõned kuud tagasi kirjutasin siia, seda jaoks, see oli parasjagu käsi, nüüd on juba natuke edasi arenenud, aga
ühesõnaga, mäletan, sa rääkisid mingi kaapimine ja siis selle lämine.
Jah, et seal ongi, et
läbipõhine kaapimine.
Seal on nüüd nii, et kaapimist on nii veebi on ju, aga põhikaal ikkagi 60% otsuse jõust ikkagi mingi andmepunktid ja need tulevad, ma olen lihtsalt kaapinud andme ja baasid kokku pandud. Põhimõtteliselt see, et saaks WhatsAppi kaudu ka, et mingi maailmapanga andmeid ja sükseid, teenuste puhul ongi näiteks süksed andmed nagu interneti.
Kõik sinu asjad on õiges kohas. Mina istun siin, sina istud seal.
Milleks oli näha seda?
Mida?
Nõutse.
Sa tahad neid nõutse näha?
Äkki mis on siia?
Siis, oota, siis ma ei saa. Siis ma ikkagi lasen su siia. Siis teist võimalust ei ole.
Kas me siit selle punktumani või äkki?
Vaatame.
Kas lihtsalt switch ei saa mida teha?
Ootad, vaat seda võib-olla saab teha. Siin on. Nii, okei, ja nüüd ma pean sealt ära sättima. Selle ma saan teha. Ja see on sinu oma tead siin. Pane see käima, siis sa saad lülitada. Nii, ja nüüd ma pean tegema veel sellise triki siia. Oota. Paneme korraks selle sinu oma siin kinni. Nii. Vaatame, mis nüüd tuli. Nüüd on, kuidas ma seda jama saan nüüd teha. Stop sharing. See asi, et ma ei saa from beginning. Nii. Ja nüüd tuli, oota. Ja nüüd on ta siin. Ei tunne seda kõike, tead, siis teeme ikkagi niimoodi. Siis teeme seda ikkagi niimoodi, et sa tuled siia. Et ma, sest mul on ainus võimalus seda siit toimetada.
See tegelikult ulatub siia keskele ka, siis ma näen siit selle.
Oota, kas need ekraanid on ju, kui sa paned nagu full screenist ära, kas sa selle PowerPointi saad libistada siia? ja siis siin panna presendiga peale, siis ta minu arust see, kus see PowerPoint istub, seda ta võtab nagu esimese ekraanina ja teist ekraani ta arvestab
see
sellele.
on minu teada üldse üks naljakas ekraan.
Et näiteks kui sa ID-ga sa siia nagu ei saa tulla selle ekraani.
See on praegu extended on see ekraan.
Et kui paned korra escape'iga kinni selle lihtsalt.
Ma ei ole seda leidnud seda, et ma nagu saaks väga sinna liikuda.
Kuna hiir siia tuleb enne, et järelikult vaatame, kui me teeme nii. Ja nüüd, okei, praegu ta peegeldab, on ju?
Praegu ta peegeldab.
Igal poole peegeldab.
Ja praegu ta peegeldab.
Ja, et noh, ma arvan, arvuti jaoks on praegu see nagu number 1 monitor põhiline, kui sa paned peale sekka peale, siis ta sinna näitab notes'is seda talle. Ja mõtlesin alguses, kui saaks nagu siia peale, siis paneb presenteerida.
Me peame alustama, nii et läheme lahti, oota, vaatame, kus see on. Miks ma Igorit veel? Mis te siin sellega tegite? Igor on siin. Ei. Siin.
Lihtsalt asendaja mul on.
Kus kohta? Sinna, jah? Sa juba jõudsid või? Mine siis vabastad ära ja.
Ei no äkki ta tahab.
Ei, ütle, et sa jõudsid tagasi tead.
Ta asendab, kuni ma jõuan.
Ja.
Tegelikult ma nii näeksime siit siin.
No sa nii näeksid, aga.
Te võite siin istuda ja ma
üdistan seda. Et sest asi on selles, et ma tahaks ikka seda, mida ta nii kellega teema. No võt, jah.
Hiir töötab. Hiir on siin. Liikus. Et kui vaja.
Nii, ma saan sulle niimoodi näidata. Kui ma sinna saan seda näidata, siis nüüd ma saan jagada seda. Jah, siis ma hakkan toda seal jagama. Share ja nüüd ma jagan seda. Ja nüüd peaks olema igal pool korras. Ja nüüd ma võtan selle siin tagasi. Ja nüüd peaks olema. Nüüd on siin. Ja nüüd vaatame, kes meil siia tulevad veel, et meil peaks nagu.
Veebist hakkavadki inimesed liituma siia ennem meil.
Oled siia? Tule pool.
Okay, so thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to this session, Large Language Models and Generative AI Business. It's a very promoting research area. And today a lot of AI. Since the morning we talk about a lot of AI adoption in many domains, including industry, education, and I don't know, I can use the word or the expression publish or perish. Now we can use adopt AI or perish. And we're gonna start with the first paper entitled Comparing LLM Methods in Answering Business Process Management Related Question, a Human Feedback Study. So presented by Tarmo Koppel. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So this paper is co-authored by Professor Tanel Tammet. So we investigated a practical question many organizations are now asking. If you want an AI assistant to help you, what business process management are you better off using? A general purpose LLMs like ChatGPT, or investigating and investing into a custom-built domain-specific assistant. So we made a comparative study with user feedback from business professionals. So the motivation for that was because we know that LLMs are being adopted widely across business functions, in BPM specifically, so business process management, and they are used to interpret process models, support lifecycle management, and reduce complexity in business processes. However, despite the growing popularity of these methods, like fine-tuning and retrieval augmented generation, there is little empirical evidence how they actually perform. So human evaluation is needed of these, comparing these different approaches head to head in BPM context, not only in simulated context and computational tests, but also in real life scenarios. And that is the gap that this study is addressing. So before designing the study, we reviewed the literature, what the existing papers says and predicts about this question. And the consensus seems to be from the fields like medicine, finance, and construction that hybrid systems like hybrid RAG plus fine-tuning tends to come up on the top to perform best. And then followed by RAG alone, and then comes fine-tuning. And then general models like ChatGPT, given the scenarios and questions. So we wanted to test if this hierarchy also holds in BPM, business process management, using real human evaluators rather than automated metrics. So we designed a study. We had included 4 commercially available general models, and then we built 3 custom assistants ourselves based on OpenAI's infrastructure. And these custom assistants were trained on or augmented using BPM textbooks, so school books basically. One with fine-tuning only, one assistant with fine-tuning only, and one assistant with RAG only, and the third assistant with combination of RAG plus fine-tuning. So we included 78 participants from professional training programs and university business school, and they tested these 3 models and these 4 models and these 3 custom assistants, rating from 1 to 5 across multiple dimensions. And this is the system architecture built on Python on Google Cloud. And this very simple architecture is like little innovation in terms of software science, but it's like a chatbot interface. User submits a query through a chat interface. This is routed to one of the 3 custom assistants, and then the assistant responds. So the evaluators, the business professionals, were previously had prepared a case, a problem description of a business case, which they wanted to solve using the BPM method. So this was like the theoretical framework in their head, how to go about having this discussion with an LLM or the assistant. So to the results, goodness score for general models and custom assistants in answering theoretical questions about business process management as this was assessed by the professionals. So the headline finding is that custom assistants scored comparably to most general models, but they did not perform better in general terms. So the fine-tuned assistant was statistically indistinguishable from ChatGPT, and this the expected hierarchy that I presented before from the literature, that the hybrid system like RAG plus fine-tuning is better. This did not emerge from our experimentation. Instead, general models and custom assistants were largely on par, on the same level, on factual question answering. And one of the outliers was Grok. Grok scored significantly lower than the others. And this is the distribution of the comparison of the 7 assistants or LLMs goodness score in answering theoretical questions about business process management. So we see Grok has larger variation than others have, and the mean. Actually, this depicts the median, the central line is median, is lower. And we also had questions about the business case that they presented, and then they evaluated how accurately it solved or provided insight about the business case, how thorough it was in answers, and was there any practical value in the recommendations these assistants and models gave. So accuracy, thoroughness, and practical value. And means are presented here. In the parentheses, we have standard deviation. And when we break down these scores into subdimensions, an important pattern emerges. So custom assistants were factually correct. Their accuracy scores were comparable to ChatGPT and Claude, but their thoroughness scores lagged behind substantially. So the modern ChatGPT and analogs are much more thorough. And this, of course, reflects also how we design these assistants, this was something that emerged. And the gap between accuracy and thoroughness was much wider from custom assistants than from general models. So this tells us that the fine-tuning and RAG can produce correct answers, but not necessarily deep or comprehensive ones. So the qualitative findings, these were like scores assigned to the different dimensions, and now they commented on the strengths and weaknesses. So this open-ended feedback revealed that a fundamental and kind of like symmetric trade-off between general models was towards verbosity. So general models were more verbose. Users found that especially Claude and ChatGPT were quite informative, but even overwhelming. So too much text. And custom assistants, on the other hand, had opposite problem. Their responses were too short and lacked examples. They lacked depth and also no visual aids, because we had not programmed them to do any visual aids. And no custom assistant produced comparison tables or diagrams, while ChatGPT, Gemini did it very regularly. And amongst the custom assistant, the combined fine-tuned plus RAG model performed best. So comparing only custom assistants, combining fine-tuning with RAG performed best. It was the only one that actually multiple users described as comparable to general models. So the other custom assistants, only fine-tuning or only fine or only RAG lagged behind the custom models. So let me okay, I'm here. And across all qualitative dimensions, general models maintain a clear edge in response richness and applied relevance, and custom assistants were though reliable on the facts, but produced kind of like textbook-like answers, because they obviously refer to the RAG database and fine-tuned knowledge. So this is why the users felt that they lacked context and they did not connect the custom assistance to the actual applications that they had in mind while describing the business challenges. So how to interpret this? So we could say that BPM, business process management, is mature, well-documented field, and general LLMs have a pretty good understanding, and they have been trained on vast amounts of BPM literature. So this may already give them sufficient domain knowledge and coverage, and this is something that other studies have, few studies have actually pointed out also. And this also kind of tells us that if we have good knowledge, LLMs have good knowledge of the domain where we are creating assistants or thinking of creating custom assistants, then maybe we should rethink, is it worth the effort, because the general models already have that. But if you have a specific or a narrow domain where the LLMs may maybe not have so deep understanding, then custom assistants might be the option. So to summarize, if you are like a BPM practitioner or organization deciding whether to invest into custom LLM development, so these findings suggest that we should first check if the already available general models meet our expectations. But for knowledge-intensive questions, or even BPM questions, the best general purpose models work well, but customized alternatives, customized domains might be better with the customized assistant. So this because they could reliably represent the factual facts and perform more accurately. So in the future, we should explore the tasks beyond the factual retrieval and test configurations that give custom models more room to elaborate and more harder tasks to solve. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the clarity of the presentation. Now we are open for discussion and questions.
So I have a couple. First of all, did you use the same UI, UX for all three types? So you made some custom chat, you know, and I noticed on one slide there was something about token count. What sort of max output tokens did the chat have? Maybe this more verbose responses were because the limit was higher, because in my own applications I have battled with it that I don't understand why I don't get good enough output, and then I realize I have like 150 output tokens and just cannot go in depth.
Yes, so that's a good point that we probably had too narrow or too short. Not so much the max tokens, but how we instructed the LLM to generate the answer. Because ChatGPT is not limited; it's limited by its own system prompt, which we do not see. But the way we designed our system prompt probably was one of the main reasons.
And the system prompt was different for all three types of.
No, it was as close as possible. Okay. Given that when it was a RAG system, then we kind of try to enforce it to follow the RAG database. Mm-hmm.
Have you then tried after the results, or have you thought about, I would suggest this, to do a next round with more challenging questions? So in the sense of being more adversarial. So you have not given some examples. What kind of question have you asked? So of course, I mean, I can always say expert knowledge, but I assume when you think about more challenging questions about BPM that only human experts would be able to answer, maybe then you would go in the direction of the fine-tuning models. Or the detailed question of the data, right? I mean, have you trained with data that is behind the paywall usually, and these kinds of questions? Do we know whether the general LLMs have access to behind the paywalls and these kinds of things? So I would make it more challenging, and I would
Well, thank you for the point. I completely agree. So the textbooks were like paid books, and they are not available so easily. But I mean, we like drafted like more than 70 these professionals, and we let them to decide what is the business problem. So we did not have very strict control what they chose, because we were also like very much interested in their experience from their professionalism.
The questions came from the professionals already.
Yeah. So they chose their own case and then graded how, because they know their problems, they know the challenges, they probably know also what are the good answers and bad solutions. So, but
maybe the questions are just too easy. This is
yeah. So we probably have also these questions stored. We did not fit them into this conference limitation papers, but we could do like a qualitative study on the questions asked and categorize them, do less complex and more complex or challenging, and see how the scores and feedback then evolves.
Yeah, it's a wonderful study. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great.
So actually, I will rely on your question. I have a question about the expertise level of the professional that are using your system. Are they professional? Are they expert in their domain, entry level? So because the expertise level of the professional that are using the system will influence the quality of the question and also the output of the algorithm.
Yeah, so we did not ask, so they provided like a questionnaire feedback. So we asked about their field, where they're operating, and their like job activity, but not at what level they are, like entry level or like higher level. So that might be like confounding factor that also affects how they scored and viewed, reflected upon the answers. So that's a valid point.
Another question concerning the domain. We have different business models for different domain. In these experiments, have you just choose one domain, or you?
They chose their own domain. So they are from businesses where they are working, and this is like pretty much a cross section of the economy, from the telecommunications to growing apples.
Thank you.
Okay, then I will continue from here. So this literature and this data you put into the RAG system and for fine tuning, was it even like useful in these domains that these experts were in, or based on these questions? Because you can give it really good information, but if it's no use for apple grower, then it doesn't make a difference.
Probably also a good point, because these are like BPM textbooks, business process management textbooks. So they're like theoretical concepts, maybe providing some case studies from the field, but not like thorough case studies of apple growing or something else. So that might be the reason also why the ChatGPT and others performed better, because they already knew the textbook knowledge, and the RAG and fine-tuning offered nothing new, actually.
Yes, thank you. Any other question? Okay, thank you again. I think we are ready for our next paper.
Okay.
Can I use this?
Yes.
So is to go forward, is to go
Yes.
Thank you.
So our next presentation by Octavia Alvo, Artificial Intelligence Driven Forecasting in the Context of Retail Digitalization. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. So this is my first paper published at the International Conference on Digital Economy. So it's my first year participating, and this paper is actually a bibliometric analysis based on 188 papers collected from the Web of Science core collection. maybe. Sorry.
Take your time.
Yeah. So,
It's
and I don't know how to solve your problem now. Okay. No. Computer refuses to follow our orders. And I don't see
okay. I'll shift enter. Just the Windows. Let's see. Oh, it's still frozen.
it's frozen.
Sorry.
It's still frozen. Just I don't know. Now what? Okay. Yes. Set the font. Stop sharing for now. Okay, at least it follows my orders. So, and now I don't know what it is. How to
So you can press on X here.
X?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just close the tab. And is this
I think
large
this is
enough?
it.
I don't think we have to
Yeah.
make it full size. And now it should work. Maybe from the arrows.
Yes. Let's make again share. Yeah.
I have the presentation saved on Canva. Maybe I can share the link.
I'm absolutely. Yeah.
Just click inside.
No. Ah, okay. Now I see something. Okay. Yeah, and okay. Again. So.
Okay, now we can.
Okay.
With
I tried.
arrows.
Yeah. Okay, now
Okay.
at least it works with
the
arrows.
tabs. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
And
that's perfect.
probably we don't have that online customers, so we must not bother. So, okay.
Okay,
Yes.
thank
Good.
you. So this presentation will be split into 4 different sections. I will start with the research motivations. So I will talk a bit about why AI forecasting is important within the retail context and within the digital retail context. Then I will describe the data set and the research design shortly. We will go through the main results together, and lastly I will talk a bit about some implications and future research possibilities. Oh, thank you. Forecasting is slowly shifting from traditional routine manual statistical exercise within the context of retail to a core infrastructure. We can see from the literature that it supports different decisions regarding inventory planning, replenishment, order fulfilling, and omnichannel implementation, through all of which are decisions which are based on transactional, customer, and contextual data. And it's shifting these signals into operational decisions. So in this context, AI becomes a facilitator of retail digitalization. At the same time, we can see that the literature is growing quickly across many disciplines. So what this study actually aims is to provide a field level mapping of the context of AI-driven forecasting in retail. Perfect. So the literature says mainly two different concepts, or describes mainly two different concepts. Firstly, that retail digitalization revolves around data-rich retail operations, automations of decisions, omni-channel integration, and for all of these decisions, forecasting acts as an enabling function or facilitator. So it helps predict consumer behavior, it can support decisions regarding stock and replenishment, it can improve pricing and promotion strategies, and is useful for supply chain decisions. The second thing that the specialty literature regarding this topic says is that, or highlights, is the shift in methodology. So we can see how forecasting is slowly shifting from moving averages, regression, and ARIMA models towards machine learning, deep learning, and hybrid models, which are better at handling nonlinear and large-scale data. However, what remains unclear is what this research field actually looks like. So who is writing, who is researching this domain, where is it being researched, which are the journals or the countries or the institutions or the research areas that shape this field. And there is also not enough literature that talks about how the keywords and themes are interconnected. So this leads me to my three research questions, which have guided the descriptive and the network-based bibliometric analysis. So firstly, I looked into how academic output on AI-based forecasting in retail has evolved over time across countries and journals, what the research areas that lie at the core of this literature are, and lastly, I looked into the thematic patterns and keywords. So to talk a bit about the research design, it is based on an exploratory bibliometric analysis, based, as I said in the beginning, on the Web of Science core collection. The search date was the 30th of January of this year, and it included articles from 2015 onward, so 10 years and a month. And the search strategy was a topic search field where I've searched for different terms related to forecasting, AI, and retail terms. So terms regarding to all of these three concepts should have been included in the topic of the articles in the Web of Science. And using these articles or the Web of Science core collection, I've retrieved both descriptive indicators, so years, countries, journals, and network indicators like keyword co-occurrence and co-authorships to implement the bibliometric analysis. To ensure traceability, I followed the PRISMA guidelines. So firstly, I identified 297 papers, but out of those, I excluded 90 non-article papers. And because they were outside of the time period, I excluded 19 articles. I know that the 188 articles isn't a lot, and you may be wondering why I excluded 19. Well, it was because they were really far spread out apart. So the first one was in the 80s, and then the second one was in the 90s, and then we saw some different ones in the early 2000s. And that is how I ended with a final sample of 188 articles. I must say that there were no journal level restrictions. And the software that I used for the analysis was the bibliometric package, Excel, and VosViewer. So getting into the results of the analysis, firstly, I thought we should look at the temporal analysis. So we can see in absolute terms, relatively big increase in papers from 2 in 2015 to 56 in 2025. In relative terms, this isn't a lot, but it shows this field as an emerging niche research field from basically non-existent. This actually accounts to a 2,700% total increase over the analyzed time frame. I must say for the temporal analysis only, I excluded articles from 2026, even though there were a few, but the articles published before 30th of January 2026 were included in the rest of the analysis. This increase from 2015 to 2025 has a compound annual growth rate of 39.55%, which is quite a rapid growth rate. And we can see an inflection point starting with the year 2020, where the research output has doubled in comparison to the previous year. Looking at which countries are publishing, we can see that the publication volume is broad, again, in absolute terms, but the citation impact is uneven. So on this graph right here, you see the countries that have the most papers published. I used the full counting method, so that is why if you add these numbers up, they account for more than 188 papers. Basically, if a paper was written by an author from both Germany and India, that article would count towards both Germany and India. Some insights from here. The volume leader is China, having published 78 papers, followed by the US, India, UK, Portugal, Brazil, and Saudi Arabia. However, if we were to look at the average citations for these countries, we can see that they tell different stories. So the ranking isn't quite linear. The country with the highest average citation rate is Germany, which has over 158 citations per article, despite having only 12 publications. And if we were to look among the leaders or in production, we could see that UK is also an impact leader. Okay, this is good, sorry. In terms of the journal publication landscape, we can see that it is quite a dispersed one. The top outlet is the International Journal of Forecasting with 12 publications and an average citation of 176. But there are some dispersion signals because the top 10 journals, which are here, only account for a little over 19% of the total amount. So this shows that the research is fragmented across multiple journals, out of which only a few have actually high impact when it comes to citations. Another interesting thing that I would like to highlight is that in this case, volume doesn't necessarily mean impact. We can see this with journals such as the Expert Systems with Applications, which has a higher publication output, but below average citation rates. And the opposite can be said for the Decision Support System journal, which despite having a lower publication output, it outputs papers that get cited quite often, so above average. This fragmentation is also mirrored in when we look at the Web of Science research areas. We can see that this research field is quite interdisciplinary. So the operation research and management science and management research areas dominate the top in terms of publications. We have 39 for operation research and management science and 38 for management. But they are closely followed by computer science journals. And in here we see computer science, electrical and electronic, computer science and artificial intelligence, and computer science and information systems, which account together for 96 publications, which shows how fragmented, which can actually denote that the research, even though it is methodological when we talk about computer science research area, is still a bit fragmented. But what's a more important takeaway from this is that In here, AI-driven forecasting in the context of retail lies at the intersection between operations and methodology. So this is what we can take away from this graph. When it comes to research actors, from the 188 papers, there were 597 distinct authors identified, out of which only 39 had published at least 2 documents. And the situation is quite similar when we talk about this at the institutional level. So there were 336 distinct organizations identified, out of which only 55 organizations met the same threshold. And this can be seen in the co-authorship networks. So on the left-hand side, we have the author co-authorship network, which shows the biggest connected cluster of authors contains only 5 authors. And again, this is also reflected at the institutional level, because the biggest connected cluster contains only 9 institutions, which are then grouped into smaller clusters. So what this means is that research is being done, but there is just not a strong scholarly collaboration network between those who put research out. And this can actually be one of the reasons why we see so much fragmentation in the research areas in the countries and across the journals also. Because working together, collaboration could lead to knowledge sharing, stronger methodological concepts. And looking at the keyword analysis, there were 3 conceptual pillars that arose. Firstly, we have the methodological one, which contains terms such as machine learning and deep learning as central anchors within the methodology, but we see terms such as regression and ARIMA still visible but less central. Then another conceptual pillar would be the forecasting pillar, where we see keywords such as demand forecasting and sales forecasting, which is then placed into the 3rd pillar, the contextual one, which is the retail context, the strongest contextual pillar, but that is because of the search methodology and the search query. But in this, for this pillar, we'll also have keywords such as supply chains and supply chain related terms also. And in here you can see a secondary pillar, so it is not quite as central as the others, but it's still showed up quite often, so with 12 and 10 occurrences per word. The evaluation and performance pillar, where we have terms like accuracy with 12 occurrences and then performance with 10 occurrences. So less in comparison to the others, but still there as a pillar. This situation is also reflected in the keyword co-occurrence map. So again, this is a map computed in VOS viewer, and it depicts terms that appear in at least 5 documents. And we can see that 5 different densely populated clusters arose, out of which, quite interesting, machine learning stands at the core of. So what this means is that machine learning acts as a bridge linking terms related to consumer behavior, demand forecasting, retail and supply chain and operations together. So it again acts as a link between retail operations and methodology. So to sum up, the paper maps 188 publications to show who researches AI-based forecasting in retail, where they publish and which team structured the field. And my aim was to position forecasting as a core part of retail digitalization and decision support. Future research could move beyond prediction metrics, so to look into exactly what operational, economic, and sustainability outcomes implementing AI-driven forecasting could have, because what we did not see from the keywords analysis were any terms related to ESG. Another direction could be to study how forecasts integrate into end-to-end digital retail processes, especially the omnichannel strategy. And lastly, what I would say with the highest importance would be to compare how different regions and institutions differ in the adoption of AI in retail, so to make a comparison between those. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Octavia, for the presentation, for the clarity. I don't know if any participant has a question.
I have a question. Actually, I don't remember exactly those two papers, but my field is medical informatics, and in 2024, one group of researchers published also similar paper, but the question was, what they asked was how many AI papers were published in the last 10 years? Exactly the same that you close that,
yes.
Yeah, and they found totally 1.6 million papers related to AI in healthcare. And now guess how many papers were related some real practical use in healthcare. Who can give the number of papers? Yeah.
Can't imagine the number.
Only 28 in the same 10 years.
Only 20.
Okay.
28. So it means that lots of papers published in 10 years related to AI in education, healthcare, but only 28 were actually showing that some kind of clinical value of this AI was in healthcare. And the other paper was actually, this was probably end of last year, and this paper showed that that most AI papers start somehow like AI solved this problem. Now in introduction, there is a little bit, yeah, maybe.
Yes, maybe AI.
And in conclusion, yeah, if we have to work lots and lots and this and that, then maybe in far future we can use this thing. Have you found something also in this retail business? What is actually the situation?
So I have found something about it. AI usage in retail is something that cannot be adopted only by major retailers because of the very, very high costs. And I don't mean just implementation costs. The highest cost turns out to be actually the data warehousing. So most retailers do not have the technological capabilities just to gather the necessary data that it would take for to use AI to demand to predict our forecasts, demand or stocks, depending on which way we want to look at it, well enough to at least by seasonal naive benchmarks have a real impact on food waste. That is something that I've looked into because my PhD thesis deals with food waste. So at least for the food waste, it is something that is a bit futuristic, let's say. So it is very hard to find examples of real life implementations of use cases.
It was promising and it still is promising, but we don't have evidence.
Yes, it could be great.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, another question?
Thank you for your presentation.
you.
So my question is, did you include some exclusion or inclusion criteria in your analysis, like type or language or year of publication?
Yes. So I included only articles, so journal articles starting from 2015 forward, and I also had a filter for only English papers, but I did not have any restrictions for the journal type. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I have 2 or 3 questions. Okay, I'll start with the first one, to rely also with the question of my colleague. Did you consider in your research the quality of the papers, whether they are published in a conference, classified, in a journal?
Only journal papers.
Only journal.
Journal papers only, yes.
Yeah. And for the citation, I see now the metric.
Yes.
Did you consider the auto or the self-citation? Because
I-
you know, sometimes the authors prefer to cite billions of their papers
to increase their age index. I did not consider that is a limitation. Now that you've mentioned it, I did not think about it, but I will look into that. Now I am very curious.
Just to conclude with a last question, when you present the distinct institutions that work on this paper, did you consider to separate whether it's in industry or in maybe research, university, laboratory, or?
I did not consider doing so, but and it is presented in the papers only universities. Okay, in the largest cluster of 9 universities, not only so it wasn't research institutions or private entities. It was only universities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Question?
Sorry.
Okay.
Why did you choose the analysis bibliometrics than another method?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Why did you choose the analyze bibliometrics to another method? Analyze bibliometrics.
I don't understand what you mean. So
Maybe you can propose another method just to compare.
Yes.
So instead of a systematic literature review, you mean? I wanted to see just what the field looks like. It was an analysis to see if this even is a topic that is being researched. So it turns out that it was a really niche topic that for sure is a future research possibility. But firstly, I wanted to take a look into what the field actually looks like to see if it is worth the time and resources to look into it deeper.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry.
So it looks we don't have
We don't
presenter
have
number
Hisham.
3.
Hisham is not here.
Yes, probably not.
We can move to the next presentation.
Yes.
By Regina.
Yes, Regina. Just a minute, Regina. A little bit wait. So, and this. And now there. And now just wait once more. Wait a little bit more. So this, stop sharing, and here we are. Good luck.
Okay, so Regina, the paper entitled Prompt Engineering in Software Development, a guideline for preserving architecture quality in AI-powered tools usage. So
Yes.
the floor is yours.
Exactly. Thank you very much for the introduction. Yes, today I'm going to give you an overview of our study and present prompt engineering for preserving architectural and code quality when using AI-powered tool usage. Nowadays, the rapid and widespread adoption of generative AI software development tools such as ChatGPT, Claude, and DeepSeek has fundamentally changed developers' workflows. One study shows that GitHub Copilot users completed 26% more tasks per week with using AI than without it. While this promises significant productivity gains, there is a growing concerns about the architectural and code quality of AI-generated code and its impact on existing code bases. AI may hide true costs of rework, testing, and architectural depth. This highlights a critical gap. We still lack a systematic understanding of how different AI tools influence architectural and code quality when integrated into real code bases. Our research directly addresses this gap. Our goal is not to let AI be autonomous. We want AI to act like a disciplined pair programmer who follows our team's precise architectural rules. The AI should generate code that fits seamlessly into our existing clean architecture, respects dependency directions, and produces no hidden surprises. The human remains the senior architect. The AI is fast rule-following assistant. In our research, we asked 3 questions. First, how do different AI models, GPT Codex, DeepSeek, Claude Code, affect project from architectural perspective? Second, what specific anti-patterns appear? And third, can we design a lightweight prompt guideline that helps developers get architecturally compliant code? This research focuses on the 2 first questions and proposes the guideline as an outcome. We used a real existing system, Smarter, an electronic health records platform. The task was integrating Fitbit app, which touches external APIs, authentication, databases, and UI, a true multi-layer challenge. We gave structured prompts to 3 AI models, GPT Codex 5.4, DeepSeek V3, and Claude Sonnet 4.6. Then we measured architectural and code quality using Antipant and SonarQube. In our research, our prompts were not simple, just write code instructions. They were structured, multi-component prompts derived from the literature review. We defined the model's role as an architect developer, responsible for architectural and code quality. We also provided the full Smarter project structure and required strict adherence to clean architecture and solid principles. We enforced a test-driven development workflow and required the model to reason about component placement before writing the code. And importantly, we forbade unsupported assumptions. The model had to ask if something wasn't clear. This structure was essential for preserving architectural quality across all models. And after analyzing generated code, we got the following results. Across all 3 models, the overall architecture of Smarter project remains stable. None of the models introduced new cyclic dependencies, which is important because cycles are one of the most damaging architectural violations. Modularity stayed close to the baseline, and cohesion remained within acceptable ranges. Maintainability scores were also high. So the key message here is AI does not automatically destroy architecture if we guide it properly. But this is only the surface. Deeper differences appear when looked closer. Even though the high-level metrics looked similar, the models behave differently. DeepSeek produced more low cohesion classes, meaning responsibilities were mixed more often. Claude and DeepSeek increased code duplication, which is a long-term maintainability risk. Codex produced fewer duplications but had its own functional issues. This shows that architectural metrics alone don't tell the whole story. 2 models can look similar on paper, but behave very differently in practice. One of the most important findings: DeepSeek produced code within good structural metrics, but the code didn't compile at all. Codex and Claude produced partially working solutions but still had functional errors. This proved that functional correctness and architectural quality are independent. A model can produce architecturally clean code that is still unusable. This is why prompt engineering must explicitly enforce architectural rules, not just functional requirements. AI does not understand architecture unless we will tell it how to behave. If the prompt is vague, the model fills the gaps with whatever patterns it has seen in training data, often tightly coupled, duplicated, or poorly structured code. But when prompts are structured with roles, constraints, architectural boundaries, and explicit instructions to ask for missing information, the AI behaves more like a disciplined team member. So the prompt becomes the interface between our architecture and the model. If the prompt is weak, the architecture suffers. If the prompt is strong, the architecture stays intact. So this is our core message. Do not treat AI as an autopilot. Treat it as extreme programming, pair programming partner. You are the senior, you decompose the task, you define architectural constraints, you inspect every generated line. The AI just types fast, but you remain responsible for architectural integrity and clarity. We have planned clear next steps. Validating the methodological guideline with a small group of developers. They will use the guideline to generate code for predefined tasks, and their results will be evaluated using the same architectural metrics. The study will also collect developers' feedback on clarity, usability, and reusability of the guideline. This future work ensures that the guideline is not only theoretically sound, but also practical and effective in real development scenarios. The long-term direction is refining structured prompts so they can reliably guide AI tools toward architecturally compliant solutions. And to conclude, AI accelerates development, but it can also introduce hidden architectural depth if used carelessly. Architectural metrics alone cannot guarantee correctness of maintainability. The quality of AI-generated code depends heavily on the structure and clarity of the prompts. Our goal is not to let AI write its own code, but our goal is to make AI write code that we would write, following our architecture, our patterns, and our design philosophy. In other words, a disciplined Gen AI pair programmer, not an autonomous code generator. Thank you very much, and questions are welcome.
Thank you so much, Regina. I'll start with a debating question.
Sure.
From your perspective, do you think that AI will replace software engineers?
In close future, definitely not. Because as we can see, there are still many obstacles that just the usual developer faces, and even like so far we cannot even so we are trying, and companies are really trying to integrate AI into the basic workflow. So I think that currently we're just on the stage when we're just studying and learning how to use it. So I think it's too early to think about the replacement yet.
Okay, another question. I saw with your slide that when you try with Claude, you get the code, but it failed to compile.
DeepSeek, that was DeepSeek.
DeepSeek, this next slide. DeepSeek. So you failed to compile. Is there any reason or?
Yes, actually, I see that there is a behind it reason. For example, Codex and Claude, they are like more integrated IDEs, and they really can see the project and the code in the files. But DeepSeek has a little bit another approach. It's like chat, just a chat near
Like
you.
chatting, like,
Yes,
like
and you're really like chatting, so you cannot really ask like, please look at these files and, for example, find me something. So you really need to more trying yourself integrate it into the project.
So it presents limitation to certain programming languages. So we try with, if we try, for example, with interpretable languages, it may work because we don't have to compile the code. We just need the code and it will be deployed.
Maybe that's a good like option how to observe this one. But so far I can't maybe say like this is like definitely true. I think it's also like an option how to approach to this way of like research. Thank you very much for the question. That was very good.
Any other question? Okay, so I think everything is clear. So thank you, Regina.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the participants. I think now we can conclude this session.
Yeah. We are done for the day.
We're done, yeah.
Now, Old City and wine. Is wine or just hanging around?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Räägi.
Ammu selge, et AI on lahe. Aga üks saab sellest hääle kätte. Ja vahepeal suudetakse tuua ise mängima. Mängib täpselt alati seda.
Ja. Nii. Kas ma
ei ole asi.
Kas tead, vaata arstidel on ka see ütelus, Neile patsientile loll ravi. Ja noh, eks ta täpselt niimoodi ole. Kui me räägime. Et eks ta kuidagi niimoodi ole, et me peame lihtsalt õppima ja kasutama. See on ainus asi. Ja ega me seda ka veel ei tea, kas tähendab kindlasti midagi muud. Me ei tea, mis. Ja me ei tea seda, kas see muutus on. Ma põhimõtteliselt ei usu revolutsioonidesse. Põhimõtteliselt ei usu. Revolutsioonid võivad alati. Aga ma usun mingisse evolutsiooni. Keegi tuleb mulle rääkima seda. Tead, meil enam programmeerijaid vaja ei ole. Võtame keemel ja ilusad dokumendid. Ideaalsed dokumendid, ideaalsed promptid ja siis laseme tal genereerida. Ütlen selle peale, et tead, võib-olla ta genereeribki.
Thank you, professor. See you tomorrow.
See you. Aga ainus asi, millega hakkama ei saa, me ei saa hakkama selle korraliku dokumendiga. Sest me pole saanud hakkama selle korraliku, sa ju ise tead seda oma kuradi, see on see täpselt see kuradi, mis ta ongi siis Sotsiaalkindlustusameti. Vaata, nad on üritanud seda teha. Nad pole saanud sellele haisuga järele seda, mida te olete aastakümnetega kokku teinud, eks ju. Kogu see asi. Ja võt seda, et juba see on minu jaoks täiesti viga, kui nad räägivad, et me teeme ideaalse dokumendi.
See kuradi programmeerija või noh, see nii-öelda arendaja ongi nagu tegelikult selle dokumendi järelkontroll.
Just nimelt, tema ongi see järelkontroll ja tegelikult sealt absoluutselt juba, kui sa võtad, ma lasingi uurida natukene, tead seda ajalugu ja mängisin siin selle chati otsikuga, tead, et otsin mulle neid kuradi. Noh, ma enam-vähem suudan valideerida, eks ju. No, tegelikult juba isegi Frederick Brook 72 kirjutas raamatut ja esimese tarkvara inseneeria raamatu. Ja tema juba ütles, et kuulge, lõpetage dokumentide kirjutamine ära. See ei hakka tööle. Koodi tuleb kirjutada. Mis iganes ja võt sealt tuli ja noh siis ütleme, et see
koodi kirjutada testida.
Ja koodi kirjutada testida ja see on ainukene asi, eks ju. Ja sealt tuli ju ka see Kent Becki, eks ju, ekstreemprogrammeerimine. Täpselt sealt, eks ju, kogu see agiilne maailm, et töötav kood üle dokumendi. Me ei räägi seda, et dokumenti vaja ei ole, eks ju. Aga me räägime sellest, et ärge pange sinna mõttetud aega ja raha, vaid kasutage koodi.
Ei see ongi, meil oli selle mingi ravimi soundtracki hange läks, oli paber oli all enne, mis oli hästi sitt. Ja lihtsalt keeldus minge selle järgi enne. Ja siis, kui ühesõnaga me mõtlesime, et me teeme ta teistpidi ja teeme ta valmis, aga ühesõnaga päriselt läks. Aga see on ka see, jälle see asi, et kui sa oleks nüüd nagu selle paberisele AI-le ette söönud, sõltuma küürak koguse kätte saanud.
No jah. Aga võt seal on see asi, tead, et eks siin on see kogu see, ütleme, ka hariduse probleem, et siin see üks nobelist, mitte Friedman, vaid Freeman, Charles Freeman, midagi sellist. Füüsik. Ja tema ütles, et tegelikult me õpetame füüsikat täiesti valesti. Et me õpetame füüsikat lastele niimoodi, et hakkame õpetama valemeid ja valemituletusi ja mingeid asju. Tegelikult peaks õpetama füüsikat niimoodi, et minnakse klassi, lastakse tuli ära, võetakse suhkrutükk, pannakse sinna haamriga peale, siis käib valguse sähvatus ja nüüd hakka lastele seletama, mis tegelikult juhtus. Et sa näitad kõigepealt, et kõik see asi hakkab peale tead sellest, et looduses midagi toimub ja et inimene teeb sinna midagi või loodus teab, keegi teeb. Ja nüüd me püüame seda seletada ja nüüd me püüame seda kuidagi kirja panna, aga see ei ole see reaalne asi tead. Reaalne asi toimub seal. Ja võt sellega hakkab. No nii, nüüd ma pean minema tead ja võtma. Õnneks mul ei ole mitte